Hello and welcome to this continuing live coding series on creating a website from scratch with Python, Django, and the Wagtail CMS. Today we're going to be focusing on a little bit of a maintenance task. Every time I have to reset the database, I have to manually create some site structure. And as the site has become more complicated as we're fleshing out the features, of which there are numerous features, it just becomes a little bit tedious to have to create the dummy content each time. When more or less we're borrowing content from the live site and scaffolding it into this development site. So what we can do here is set up a few fixtures, and I tried that in the last stream. And the mistake I made is, by default, when you tell Django to create a fixture for the site, it does so with all the apps, including the Wagtail core apps. And for some reason, Wagtail is creating some of the data in migrations, like permissions and other things. And when I try to import that data into this site, load that data into the live Wagtail site, I'm getting conflicts. So I just need to figure out how to specify the apps to export the data from and re-import it. So we'll spend a little bit of time on that, and then seeing how I feel and how quickly that goes. The second half of the series here will be on improving the media library, specifically going into the faceted searching. So essentially, on the live website, the media library has these filters, we're calling them facets. And when you select a filter, it'll automatically load the values. It'll change the paginated data to include the facet you selected, the time period in this case. And this was a thing that I think Drupal does. It's a plugin of Drupal's faceted search. All that was done for us. I've done a little bit of research in advance. I think we can get the same effect, same outcome with Django and Wagtail, using the internal Django form here, and a sprinkle of JavaScript to automatically submit this form when any of these values change. If you notice, there's not a submit button here. Anyway, let's go ahead and take this one step at a time. We'll start with a little bit of tea. It's got an English breakfast tea, even though it's 10 o'clock Eastern European time. I'm not sure if the British like to put milk in before or after the tea. I think one of them is offensive if you put your milk in before pouring the tea, perhaps? Or is it after? I don't know. In any case, English breakfast tea and some oat milk. Okay, so let's scaffold out just a little bit of this content here. Don't save that. So when I go to the admin site, this has recently been reset, so there's not a lot of content here. If I look at pages, there's a welcome page, and there's no children pages. So what that essentially means is that Wagtail has multi-site support, and by default, it comes with a site. I deleted the default site and default page, and created this one to run on my local host, or it's the catch-all site, and we'll change them here because they'll show up in the header. And we created a home page and set that as the site root. So everything needs to be created under that site root now. So here we go, home page. So we'll jump over here in that Wagtail admin and start adding child pages, and these I'll just go through in order. Community, and we've covered these in the previous many streams, live streams, so I'm not going to go too much in depth in this one, just to flesh out the content. Let's see, we might even have some on the community page here. Everything can be seen at westernfriend.org. westernfriend.org. for this one, it's actually not a paragraph, it's a card. Here we go. We'll just put a little text. I'm not going to do the images. I found out previously that the images don't actually export and import, so we'll just leave those off there. I won't necessarily do this. Well, I think actually I will end up fleshing out this whole page in a moment, but let's get these top level pages in there. So we have an events page. We don't have a top level events menu link. So, although we do have to have this page, these pages also function as a little bit like folders to organize the content, and you'll see that in action in just a moment. Facets, these are the media facets, but we decided the facets would be relevant to more than just a multimedia library. It could be potentially used in the bookstore, the magazine. So we kind of made them their own top level app. Now we have, here's the library, media library, and I think there was some, this is about the filtering. Well, that's what we're going to work on in the latter half of today's session, is getting this filtering going on. So just put some generic intro text there. All right, next section is the magazine department. And I'll just say department intro text, just to be consistent. And here's the magazine. So magazine is divided into issues, and each issue has articles. Those articles can belong to one or more departments. They can have authors, keywords. So there's a lot of what we're doing is kind of weaving together all this content tapestry, and people can start exploring it from different angles. And we'll be building a subscription model and a bookstore. We haven't got to those features yet. They're, again, in westernprint.org. All this stuff is working. We've been building this site for about 5 years, a little bit over 5 years. So it is a functioning, it's not just a prototype, it's what we're trying to recreate here with Django. And we've got a couple of months where we want to have it live. And the last one is magazine tag, which is another way people can explore the content of the magazine. Great. Now that we have these top level pages fleshed out, I can just hop over here. Yeah, I'll just view this live and close that tab. So now we have a magazine page, no issues visible yet, so we're gonna have to add some of those, but you can see Wagtail gives you this way you can edit each page you're viewing, jump to the admin, add a child page. So let's go ahead and do that, and we'll create an issue on puzzles, which is the latest current one. Publication date, and this is a little bit of an annoying thing, but if I tell it to go away, May 1st. And I'm not going to do, cover image is required. Well, I'll have to do that. Cover image, Western Friend. Upload. All this media handling, everything comes out of the box with Wagtail. It's building on Django core, but Django doesn't give you the slick user interface and file selector widgets and modal dialogues and all that. So I think Wagtail is really taking Django to another level. It's pretty flexible, but it's content management system, CMS oriented. All right, so now we've got a magazine issue. We'll add a child page, which is an article of this issue. And if I hop over here, let's see, this one looks fine. Dan Strickland, personal history with Korea. Now, one thing I just remembered, we're going to have to add an author here. So just grab this, and then this other page, we will come over here to contacts, and here we'll have to add to go in here a little bit to the community, add a few children here. This community directory, I think we wanted to call it, I can't remember if it was friends everywhere or something like that. Now meetings. Online workshop. Organizations. And this one I have to come back to make it more consistent. I think all of these just need a title, more or less, maybe no intro text. Organizations I did differently. It was an experiment. I'll probably roll back on it. All right, so now we can add these types of contacts, and basically people, organizations, and meetings all serve just as folders, more or less. Dan Strickland. Did I get a space in there? There we go. Save Dan Strickland, and can now select Dan Strickland as the author of this. I did not need departments. What department is this? Inward Light. Some of these, this is again just creating all this content. So if I hop over and I log into the Western Front website, one moment. And if I go to the content, structure actually, taxonomy, departments, I should be able to view a list of these now. Discussion guide, so more or less just go ahead and copy and paste these. No particular order. Today. Reviews. We decided to let the editor have a way to manage these through the user interface. Quaker culture, as opposed to hard coding them into the model. It's a trade-off though, and each time we come to that decision, we have to just figure out how much control we want over sorting and linking. With departments, we can get by with sorting alphabetically. Editorials, so we don't need any, like the code, the Django and Wagtail source code doesn't have to have any sort of knowledge of the exact departments, magazine departments, and that means the magazine departments can change over time as well. Letters. Now in a way, I'm not hard coding them, but when I export this data, it's in a way documenting them at least. That's reproducible. Memorials. We have a little bit of duplication here. We have memorials in the, well, I guess a magazine article can be a memorial, and then annual sessions can post magazine articles. Some of these are kind of ad hoc taxonomies. All right, so we've got those departments configured. Now that I can hop back over here, and this was, I believe, Inward Light. Right there. And let's see if there's a few keywords. Personal history with Korea. I don't think the keywords are actually displaying. I think we're using them for meta tags or something. Let me see what we've got here. Keywords, Korea. And there's a little bit of a bug in, not Wagtail itself, but this, what is it called, autocomplete widget, it doesn't kind of explode these strings. If I paste all of these at once, it doesn't separate out the commas. I have to paste them one at a time. I opened a bug report on that, and they said yes, an upstream thing, and there may be a fix for it in Wagtail. But in any case, for now, this is the way we've got to do it. But you can have, spaces, multi-word tags, as you've seen here. And even the tags can have commas, which can get, that's what happened basically when you paste it in a big long string with commas. All right, so cool. Let's go and publish this article. And we'll mark it as, if we go to, we're in the on puzzles one right here. So if I edit on puzzles, I think this was a featured article, wasn't it? On puzzles, 5, call, yes. So we'll add it to the featured article. Now I'm not going to produce much of the magazine content, just, again, scaffolding to show how things basically work. So now if we view this live, we can kind of start to see, if I go to the magazine, we've got an issue with the cover. It's not older than, what, like 90 days or something. So it's not in the archive yet. We have one article, and it's also in the featured, as well as the department inward light, so it shows up twice, which is okay. Clicking the article shows us the article with the tags. The author lists the articles, the department lists the articles, the tags lists the articles, and we can hop back to the issue. So that's the magazine. Library has no content. Community just has this intro card. So let's flesh those out and then I'll export it. And at this rate, I think there will be some time to work on the library sort of faceted searching, filtering. Cool. Let me create a branch while I'm remembering that here. So this is update fixtures. I'll create it from master and header the same. So there we go. That way I don't accidentally commit it to master, which wouldn't be a big deal. I can fix that. All right, so we need the, I guess the next step is, go to pages. So now you can see there's, some of these have arrows where you can drill in, people. It's really nice the way it organizes it, and they do start to act like folders so that it puts that icon to show there's child items. We'll add at least one event. I think there was one on the home page. I'll just go over here real quick. We do have a few issues open for improving our data model and whatnot, like how to handle dates and locations. I believe we're going to want to do some stuff with maps. Let's actually copy link address. Go down here. One other thing is that we need start and end times, because this is a multi-day event, so we already see, but May 31st, 4 o'clock. So it's past, whoops, 16. So at the very least, we're just going to put an end date time. So publish that. We got one. There we go. Now again, if we look at the content, obviously the events has some sub-content. All right, facets. This one takes a little bit, but we have audience. These are the folders, putting the folders in place. Genre. medium. So you like put your manila folders in the drawer. Then you put the little label in there. Time period. And finally, topic. I'm not sure they should be plural. Maybe singular, topic, time period, medium, genre, audience. All right. Now let's start with, doesn't matter, but let's go audience. So these are all taxonomy in Drupal as far as I recall. So, not sure that the ordering matters on this. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to click this button. K to 5, 6 to 10. High school and older. So this is the American education by Western Friend is based in the Western United States. So, an intergenerational. All right, quick sip of tea. Now let's hop back up here to facets. What's the next one? Topic, add child page. So we'll go over here to topics, under taxonomy. Topics and keywords are a little bit redundant. These are not in alphabetical order. Dang it. Oh, reset to alphabetical. Well, that's cool. That's handy. Need equality. Good order. And Quaker meetings. Or just in general. Integrity. We could see more of that in our political systems. Peace, definitely. We have some escalating tensions and sort of dog wagging going on right now, and particularly around Saudi Arabia, Iran. It's getting a little bit scary. War profiteering is what I believe it boils down to. We have to create wars. Oftentimes under false flag attacks and things like that. Quaker publishers, Quaker retreat centers. Oh, didn't publish that. Quaker schools. Service organizations. Simplicity. Stewardship. And the light, the inward light, inner light. All right, we got them. And I'll sort it by, oh yeah, cool. So this will let me sort them by hand. Very cool, but looks like they are now in alphabetical order. Great. Okay, so what's the next one? We'll go back to facets. So audience and topic, now we're in time period. Okay, this topic was the largest one, so I think these RCs will be fast if I recall correctly. Time period, time period, time period. I don't know what order these should be, but let's do it like this. Chronological. Here we go. All right, time period was pretty fast. What's the next facet? Medium. Oops. All right, reset those to alphabetical too. Audio, I'm just saying audio instead of audio production, I think. Blog. Drawing or painting. Photograph. Yeah, because we don't say like photographic medium, photographic production. Print. Print would also be just fine. In any case, I'm not the editor here. Video. But I'm going to just make these a little bit shorter. And websites. Okay, finally, genre. Add job page. Taxonomy, genre. A few of these. Reset to alphabetical. Biography. Commentary. Documentary. Epistle, which is like a letter typically between meetings but also people when you have a like a real strong position or discernment, convincement, I guess. You will write an epistle to express your concern or position, such as war profiteering, warmongering, concern for the human toll, of the military industrial, homeland security, prison complex, border control, almost there. Prayer. And reference documents. Oops, a little bit too early. Whew. Okay, we got through all the facets. Great. We have an event. We have some departments. We don't have any resources yet. We're coming to those. We've got our facets in place. I'm going to pour a little bit of tea real quick. Okay, it's taken us 30 minutes just to get this far. I think the first 10 or 15 I was explaining what I was going to do. Cool. So I guess resources is a natural place to continue. And now you can find those. Community page, just get a couple. Community resources, what are these? Community directory, friends everywhere. Or GC Quaker Finder. I think we should have at least 2 of them in each category. Although it wouldn't hurt to have all, this is just 5, but yeah, let's see. Alright, I'll just add them. I think that was it. Hovering. Yeah. Oh, America's, yeah. West Pacific. Okay, good. So we have friends everywhere. We need a few online workshop resources. There's not as many of those. Ooh, actually there are more. There are several more. Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to not do as many of those, just to keep things moving forward. So I have a couple of those. Resources, departments, facets. I think the main thing now is just to flesh out this community's, good grief, community page. So we'll need this section here, events. So we'll go back to pages, community, and we'll edit this one. We'll add another card, call it events. And we'll add a call to action. I live right next to the fire station, so that's you'll hear that every once in a while. Alright, cool. Now we want to do, yes. So I'll publish this, view it live so we can take a look at how it's coming along. So we go to welcome card and events card. When I click on the view events, ooh, that's a bug. Oh no, no events. Yeah, well, I'll have to fix that. Let's build out the Western Friend directory. So actually, edit this page and add that header in there. And underneath here, Western Friend directory. Publish those changes. Now what we need to do is actually go to contacts and meetings and organize this a little bit better. So we'll start here, Intermountain Yearly Meeting, but I'll go to each page in turn. So Intermountain Yearly Meeting. Official description from Western Friend, website address, and it's a yearly meeting. These are hierarchical, so you'll see a little bit of it's kind of a mess, but it's just the way Wagtail works. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Just gotta get used to it. So we'll add another one. So right now, here it is, we're at the top level, so I want to add another meeting. We have to think about where in the hierarchy of meetings it'll appear. And Wagtail by default gives you a big radio button list, which I don't think is the ideal interface for that. Copy link address. What am I coming at here? Meeting type, I don't need any more information for this. But I'm only going to do these 3 yearly meetings this way. The other ones I'll handle slightly differently. I believe I'm only going to add a couple child meetings. Well, I could have just pasted it here anyway, but okay. Come on. I think I'll only add the child meetings for Pacific Yearly Meeting. So here, the easiest way to do it is just use our Wagtail default community page viewer. I haven't had any organizations, so I'll add those in a second too. Pacific Yearly Meeting, add child page. So right underneath Pacific Yearly Meeting, College Park Quarterly Meeting. And these don't need descriptions, I think, at this point. Probably has an address. This is a quarterly meeting, smaller scale. Still, I think, meets multiple times a year if I recall correctly. So underneath College Park, I'll add a couple of our familiar ones that Mary and I work on. Are members of Palo Alto Friends meeting. It's where Mary's membership resides. Mary is the editor of Western Friend. So this is actually a child. These are both part of College Park, and even there's a worship group underneath Palo Alto Friends meeting. So I might add that. Monthly meeting. So these meet weekly, even though it's called a monthly meeting. And I'll add a child page of that, San Mateo worship group, so we can see the whole, how the hierarchy would work without having to add the entire directory as dummy content. And they don't have their own website because they're not that well organized as a very small group, so to speak. This is a worship group right there. Now, and I think this is good actually. So now if we look at the community page, we can add a new content row. It's a card row. First page is Intermountain Yearly Meeting. Grab this text. Add another. This one is North Pacific. So we'll find it here, North Pacific. And this page chooser is part of Wagtail. It just comes out of the box. I didn't have to do any coding here. Wagtail does include quite a few batteries on top of Django's batteries included approach. Pacific Yearly Meeting. All right, cool. So now that I've done that, what we did in the previous session is create that. One of the cool things about Wagtail is it's got this stream field. If you notice the, just in case the people viewing are new to Wagtail, when I edit the page, you can see that this body is kind of dynamically created. I can add new elements to it, mix and match kind of stuff. That's called the stream field, and you can create your own stream field widgets. So what I did is I created 2 Bootstrap stream field widgets, one for just a Bootstrap card and one for a row of cards. So when you add each item to the row and add the content into the template, it just goes into the standard Bootstrap markup, card title, card body, that kind of stuff. And this is Bootstrap 4, so I don't have to use specifics about how many columns they should take. It just does the math for us. Okay, so we got this row with the yearly meetings, and we'll put one more row for this, friends everywhere, and I'll probably add this Western Friend Connect link. At that point, I believe we'll be ready to export and see how I feel about going on with the faceted searching in the library in the second half of our session here. Okay, so editing the community page, I'm going to close this tab out. Edit. Again, this is all part of Wagtail Core. I will add another stream field item, which is another card row. And we're going to add the organizations, online workshop, and friends everywhere. I don't think I added any organizations yet. We'll fix that. And what was that called? There's the organizations page. Oops. And you'll notice here that these rows are kind of getting a little bit disorganized, sort of the spacing is getting kind of janky. I believe the way it's added now, what do we call this? I forget now. I think we did friends everywhere. Yeah. So if we go ahead and publish this and view it live, and just using the row and Bootstrap handles the vertical layout, so that was really cool. Nice and clean. Okay. So one more card below for this Western Friend Connect. I'll say connect now. I think it just links to another page. Okay. I will not add a button. This is another page, another content I'll have to build out. It looks like content type. We could do this with a static page, but this looks like it's templated, so it'd be better to do it proper. So Mary doesn't have to fiddle with HTML and that kind of stuff. Oh, this looks pretty clean. Cool. Alrighty then, now we got our content more or less scaffolded. Is there anything I omitted? Yeah. Contacts, we need a couple of organizations, at least one. So let's hop over here to query nonprofit organizations, add a couple of these. They don't really have descriptions. We might add those for keyword search and things like that, but not right away. All right, now we're going to look up magazine community. Library is not working. I didn't add any library items, that's why. Friends Fiduciary. So I need to add them as an organization. Let's see if I can find their website. Publish that. gun violence. From what I can tell, it's 2018. Let's see if there's an actual publication date, September 4th, 2018. What is this? I guess we will put a paragraph to describe it. Audience, where is it? High school and older. Commentary. Medium. Website. Time period 2000. I need to add a couple of topics. Peace, integrity, stewardship. Let's see how this comes out. I think there's a lot of room for improvement here, but yeah, more or less it works. And the backward links all work. If I go to the library, now we have the statement of gun violence. Okay, this is good. Hey, what's up, Morph Breed? How are you doing? Just wrapping up the first half of this live coding session where we were creating some, what are they called? Fixtures, some content that we can quickly spin up a site. I'm doing pretty good over here too. I'm in, a little bit hot. It's getting summertime in Finland and warming up finally. Where are you located? Are you in Europe or Asia or Austria? Cool, excellent. All right, so all right. Yeah, what time is there? Like 9:45? What time zone are you? Eastern European? Okay. Oh yeah. All right, it's 22:45 here. So let's take a look at the Django docs. Django export fixtures. I think it is. Dump data, providing initial data from models. Now last time I tried doing this, I just ran the command straight from this file, straight from this, dump data, load data, following the docs. But I don't want for all of the apps. So what if I do dump data and then specific app name? And it doesn't really mention that here, does it? Here we go, dump data. Okay, app label. Model name even. Okay, that's very specific. And it's an array, or they're not commas, but okay. Yeah, I'm not originally from Finland, from the United States, but I've been in Finland about 5 years now. A little over, actually. So yeah, I feel it's my home now. And I can't exactly say I'm proud of what's going on with the American political system for a long time now, like 30 years more, but particularly in recent years, it's really disturbing. Not that the United States is the only place with problems, and for sure, but I think we're causing other people a lot of problems. All right, so Django admin. But actually, this is, instead of Django admin, I'll be using what's going on in Austria. It's not better. It's Morphbreed says, no problem. It's not better in Austria at the moment. So Python. I'm gonna do a test here. This is not. If this doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's no problem. Python manage py dump data, and I will say. I'm wondering if I should just do for each app individually or all the apps in one. For this first time, I'm going to do all the apps in one. Community. Contact. Events. Facets. Home. Library. Magazine. That's it. And then what do you... Standard output, all data in the database associated with named applications. No application is provided. All the installed applications will be dumped. That is where I went wrong last time. And it's used for the input of load data format. I'm thinking I might get like a YAML. Morphbreed says, headline from time.com, Austria's young chancellor Sebastian Kurz is bringing the far right into the mainstream. Yeah, that's actually pretty, a big problem in European politics as well, huh? This nationalism, I guess, and authoritarianism, excuse me, resurgence. All right, I think I'll do. I probably would like YAML, but maybe JSON's fine. Wait, I thought you could do YAML. Yeah, there's YAML. YAML ain't a markup language, okay. Oh, there's yet another markup language. Bringing the far right into the mainstream. Yeah, well, it's kind of it's a little disheartening when we have these kind of like isolationist or nationalistic sort of movements that are kind of arising and taking hold. But sometimes it's also inspiring to see that there are people who are standing up to it, like the youth movement against, basically the fossil fuel industry. Or Hong Kong, the people taking the streets there. I mean, there's a lot of power when people can organize like that, when we're not just kind of paralyzed with apathy or misinformation or... Let's see, but Sebastian Kurz is not our chancellor at the moment. Our government got fired. There's a new election in September. Oh yeah, I think I read about that. Didn't they get fired? Would they get fired because they couldn't come to an agreement on something, or what was the situation there? Like you have parliament there? The whole parliament got fired, or what happened? And what do you think, JSON or YAML? By the way, doesn't matter. See how big that is. YAML. Maybe this would have been This would have been good. I think that's where I had problems with this contrib auth stuff. All right, so then what do I do now? Okay, so dash dash output. Oops. JSON, okay. Dash dash output. Yeah, it's not, I don't have a strong preference, I don't know. I don't think this is supposed to be meant for humans to read anyway. Dash dash output, so that would be, I used JSON before, fixtures data, JSON. Boom, doing it. All right. Yeah, so how big of a difference did that make? It doesn't show me line by line, but it's not prettified. But I think I can do that if I just open it and then say format, Control-Shift-P, format, document, boom. So only 354 lines. I think before it was measured in thousands. Okay, so it sounds like I don't even know how to summarize that situation in Austria. That's pretty crazy. So it sounds like they canceled the coalition with party of the vice chancellor. The other party said, no, you can't rule alone. That makes sense, though. I mean, you got to have a balance, and you got to have representation from both parties. And not have one party that's just like kind of overpowering the whole situation, whether or not they're left or right. I think you could have some sort of, equal representation. And interesting. It's really challenging. I don't know. I don't have the answers. But it looks like we're good to go. I hope this works this time. I will commit this. And just, I guess I'll create a small pull request merge. Dated fixtures. I don't think I have an issue for this, so let me check. Maybe I did create one. Yeah, 106. Close 106. And I'm afraid to test it, though, to be honest. Like, last time I tested it, actually all I got to do to test it is this. Not delete, but back it up. Rename, type back. And that should be good enough. Now if I just do this, I do Python, manage.py, migrate. It should create me a new database with everything good. So what's it like not having a government? What's the deal? Like, because I know the United States had government shutdowns where they were, I think it was like the longest in U.S. history where we didn't have like a, Congress, and in several of the public service agencies, like Park Service, just couldn't run. They had to close down national parks and whatnot, and a bunch of other stuff. Like people weren't getting paychecks, and it was a really big ordeal because, well, I don't want to kind of go too deeply into the reasons, but I believe it's just kind of a temper tantrum. But yeah, so if the Austrian government is dissolved or whatever, how does that reflect on your daily life? Create super user. I don't know if I have to do this, but let's go ahead and just do that and that. And super secret password. And it's very common password. So then if I load data, delete that. Fixtures. Please work. Ah, jeez. Genre index page. At least this is a different error. I'm wondering though, if I read the docs here a little bit more carefully, there was an argument for this. I don't understand what this means. This is really a bummer because I need to be able to scaffold this site quickly. Reference table name, reference column name. Integrity error, problem installing fixtures. The row. Actually, more for it. I've been using Meteor.js about 5 years. I got over 4 years. I've got built 2 products with that, and been both of which are in production. And I've been doing some live coding sessions on this. The one I'm still involved with because I'm co-founder. Is this one, J-Life. Basically, yeah, it's Meteor. It's a data visualization platform for well-being for elderly people in full-time assisted living. We want to make sure that when they are placed into this assisted living homes, that they get to live fulfilling lives. They get access to well-being activities. And so yeah, this, and we've been working on that. What is this? Since July 2015. A little bit before that, when we were in the brainstorming phase, and it was a paper prototype for several months before that. Oh, okay, you checked it out before, yeah. Did we discuss like some of the pros and cons of Meteor, by the way? I mean, I'm not trying to be too presumptuous. I just don't remember what discussions we had before. Okay, the Speedbot disagrees. But yeah, so this project is probably going to be sticking with Meteor for the foreseeable future. But I'm in the back of my mind, yeah, considering porting it over to Django. Yeah, I don't know. What's your take on the Meteor community? Like the trajectory. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I remember that now. Oh yeah, see, this is what's a little bit concerning. Like Meteor just seems, not only just in code-wise, but just community-wise, it seems to be kind of evaporating. So, I think it happens with a lot of things, but yeah, the line commit, actually. Let me see, 1 second. Yeah, I muted it real quick. I was typing a sensitive phrase. Okay, yeah. I think you're supposed to do it when you type a password or whatever. People can use machine learning, particularly when you're doing a live coding session. Like each of the keystrokes has a unique sound that machine learning algorithms can pick up on. And if I'm typing in my Git password or private key password, I should probably be a little bit paranoid about that. I don't know. I'm not overly paranoid, but yeah, make some mistypes as I type the password. But then the backspace key, I could silently press it. I think it's just easier if I press the mute button. Green keyboard. That's a good point. Yeah, I could click it. By the way, I'm wondering if I don't use a whole bunch of keyboard shortcuts, but I might be able to get like some of the commands. I think it's really good to know things like how to do multi-cursor. So I'm going to try to. Do you have any suggestions on how I could do one of those little keyboard? What are they called? On-screen display where you show at least the keyboard combinations. Because I think it would be pretty cool. Things like Blender 3D has it actually built in, but there's probably I've seen them on how to do it on Linux. I just don't remember the thing off the top of my head. Yeah, show keyboard combos in Twitch. It would be like an overlay where the when I hit Control P or Control Shift P for the command palette or something like that, it would show up. That way people will learn. I like learning more about how to use Visual Studio Code. Or whatever IDE. There's a lot of good things that are kind of hidden away. Find your files, Control Shift F, stuff like that. Okay, but back to the problem at hand. Okay, yeah, no worries. Would you consider streaming? Would you have anything that you'd show? Yeah, it's hard to sort of temper your language, I guess, sometimes if you're getting frustrated. Like right now, I don't know what to do about this error. I'm just going to have to, that's just an hour I've spent setting up all that content and for it not to work, so I don't know how to create these page IDs in a particular sequence. Alright, well, let's get on to something fun, something cool. So I'll leave that open for a while. GD Quest, yeah, they're really good. Alright, I'm going to mute my microphone for just 1 second. Alright, cool. I had to adjust my chair. It's a little bit squeaky. Yeah, I wish I would have kind of more time. I need to make time to continue on Godot, but right now in a way I'm glad, but to have the focus. And this project and the Jerry Life project are about all of the focus I have outside of work and other, just trying to have a relatively normal life as well. All right, now security vulnerability, Django, moderate severity. Oh crap. I'll have to fix that. We're not in production yet. All right, cool. Well, if you start working on some Godot or any projects, let me know, and I think I probably have subscribed to your channel. Let me see if I... Let's see, how do you do that? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, just let me know and I'll check out your streams. If it's around this time of night, it would be probably easier, particularly on the weekends. Okay, let's go on to something fun. So, are we running? Yes. Well, I don't know, fun. Yeah, it's fun. It's good stuff. So, faceted searching. Oh yeah, Unreal Engine and Unity at the same time. So you started learning Godot with a Udemy course? I didn't know Udemy has a Godot course. Oh. Udemy, yes. Not Udacity. Yeah, that's the one I actually have this. Learning Godot, let me see. The Godot course on Udemy, which one? It's really good, and they're rewriting it. Making video games in Python like GDScript. Who are it's these two guys, Ben Tristram and Jan Burrit. Yeah, that's them. GameDev.tv. I like them. I like the presentation and the professionalism. It looks like they've got over half of the thing ported. Maybe 1/3 of the course ported over to Godot 3.1 now. Between 1/3 and 1/2, so that's good. Oh yeah. So what's your thoughts on that? What did you think about the content? So what we're after here is going to be on the library. Something like it's going to have 2 columns, and then the left column is going to have a series of cards, and then the right column is going to have a paginated list. So let's create my branch. We will call it library facets and pagination. Okay, cool. So I noticed that they're doing other game engines, Unreal. Among them. Okay, press enter. There we go. Yeah, I personally am just trying to stick towards like open source stuff as much as possible, and I know that I think Unreal is it fully open source, or is it a weird license? Math for Games Kickstarter, cool. And that's another thing, I'm not sure if I can really go too deep into game dev. I don't have necessarily the I think the mathematical background. Well, let's see. Yeah, if I recall, there's a couple of these big game engines that were released, but they on GitHub, but they were not really literally open source. They were like source available. I do need to. You have to have an Unreal account. I don't think this is truly open source, but to each their own. I think that's, their decision what to do with it. But yeah, it's in a private repo. What's the other one? There's a list of game engines on GitHub. Okay, so the Game Dev TV guys, they walk you through from the very beginning. But look at this, in the Game Engines collection, Godot #1 with 22,000 stars. One of these, though, I'm going to scroll kind of fast real quick. Cry engine, that's the one I was thinking with the Crytek, really remarkable engine. But the license is not any of the standard open source stuff. It's got a lot of caveats that aren't just compatible with the open source definition. So anyway, excuse me. I don't think it's a bad move for them to have done that. I think it's good. People can learn from that. But my preference is just like, there's so many of these open source engines, if we could give them just a fraction of the attention that these large commercial engines get, I think they could do really good. And Godot is like the pinnacle, I think, right now. No, you can post URLs, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just using the bot, shouldn't care. I'm not sure what the speed bot is doing. Kickstarter, 32-bit retro-inspired handheld with open source. Something. Let's see. But I will open it off stream. Copy link location. Oh yeah, this is cool. All right, I'll open this one on stream. Not against you, but just like I'm kind of cautious of sites because there are a lot of spammy sites and things. But let's take a look here. This is a cool one. Kickstarter. Open retro-inspired handheld console for creators. It got funded super fast. Wow, major, big time funding. That's pretty cool. Platformer RPG Recaster Mode 7. See, I can't remember if I asked you this, but what kind of game are you envisioning? What kind of genre would it be if you were to start down the path of, producing game dev prototypes? By the way, I don't remember if I recommended last time a shooter game. Yeah, there's a lot of good open source shooters already, I think, coming along. Like, would it be an arcade style shooter or what kind? Tactical? Have you checked out, I'm just looking this up on the other screen. Have you checked out Rock Knight Studios? I'll post them over here. I guess I can show it on stream too. Twitch TV, Rock Knight Studios. They're really great. Yeah, crap. Prime. Yep, sorry, but those, I don't know, I can't remember what country they're based in. Eastern European time zone. They're doing, every weekend they're doing these game jams. And they're using mainly, like, almost exclusively open source. They're using Godot engine. They're very, very friendly. They'll do one-on-one teaching sessions during the game jams. Very social. Good group. I think it's two main developers who are organizing the thing, but I think they got a designer recently, and it's his little game studio it's growing. Co-op. The Unreal course I'm doing right now is doing a co-op horde mode shooter. Okay, that sounds kind of interesting, like zombies. Protect yourself from zombies or something. Alright, so let's do a little bit of a mock-up here. Speedbot is just confusing things. I'm not creative enough to do an own game. Well, that's cool though. You just get yourself around creative people and play to your strength. So if your strength is thinking rational and doing code and good architecture or whatever, or figuring out problems, you know, and you just want to be involved in something like that, no shame in the game. So if we're going to be on the library page, we'll be in the library app templates. So let's mock something up real quick here. So I don't need so much room for the console. In fact, probably just, how do you minimize that? Well, that's good. All right, see you in a minute, more speed. So essentially I want 2 columns, so we'll need a row and 2 columns. This will be the second, so I'll need a row for this. Everything goes, well, I'll come back to that in a second, but let's see. So now I need to div column. The thing is, these columns are not equal. So we'll have to refer to the Bootstrap docs. Yeah, it's just a number column. So if I set this as column 8, and I create a column here, I don't have to set the column width for this one. Let's grab a card. You know, maybe the cards are a bit noisy. So let's see if I can come up with a more refined way of having this filtering and searching, in fact. Yeah, I think this is going to take me several sessions, but in any case, let's get a little bit down the road today. Take a look at this now. Yeah, that's about right, but I'd rather have utilities, spacing, margin, bottom. Oh, I wonder why that didn't work. Oh, I see why it didn't work. I put it on the wrong thing. I need to put it on the card here. On each card, in fact. There we go. Lost my quotation mark. There we go, now these will be clean. Oh. What happened to that? Well, welcome back, Mark Breed. Okay, something. Oh, of course. So I see. Just lost a quote. Alright, so I got this basic front end mocked out. Oh no, water's important. Stay hydrated. I got my tea. It's kind of dehydrating a little bit, maybe, but not so bad. Yeah, maybe that's, well, by now my tea is pretty cool. It's room temperature, basically. But yeah, I should be drinking iced tea. Okay, cool. So I'm thinking, do you do much more Breed with Bootstrap or kind of any front-end work? I could use some advice. I'm trying to think of a way. Right now on the site, we have these all on cards, and it takes up a lot of space, and it's essentially a select widget in each of the cards. I'm wondering if there's a slightly more space-efficient way of organizing these. If it's maybe just everything in one card type of thing. Might try that. Put the whole form. Yeah. Oh, Ant Design. Yeah, I was actually checking that out just today, and I'm leaning towards Vue.js, and I don't want to start a flame war with you or anything, but specifically I came across Ant Design and some Vue discussion. So yeah, it's cool that it works in both React and Vue, and I don't think we should live in a world with only one choice of framework by any means. Whoops. Yeah, I got that Ant Design bookmarked again. For some reason, I was looking at it earlier, and then I think the stuff wouldn't load very well for me on mobile, and I was just kind of so I just kind of closed the tab and didn't come back to it. I was reading through the docs a bit. Somebody was talking about porting over from this. It's again Vue specific, but it's not to start a debate about React Vue. But they were saying porting over from Vuetify to this other UI framework that follows the Ant Design. Just saying the context here. What's your takeaway on Ant Design? What does that bring over material design? Because that was another thing that was part of Vuetify framework is following material design guidelines, and this other front-end framework follows Ant Design guidelines. And I don't really know the nuances or pros and cons of those. What's your thoughts on those? I'm trying to think of this other front-end framework real quick if I can remember it. Like a CSS framework, more or less, but it's a component framework. Comparison of Vue, front-end frameworks, component framework. Just trying to remember the context here. Vuetify, framework 7. Awesome Vue, that's got the curated list. All right, checking it out over here. UI components. Here we are, frameworks. Quasar, that was the name of it. So basically, oh, it's material design too. Huh. Yeah, material design was published by Google, and I'm using material design now in another project at work. And in fact, I'm working on a project in Vue with material design library, Vuetify, and then another colleague of mine is working on a React project at the same company, and they're using a material design framework. I can't remember the name of it either. And I guess the idea is that these components and the look and feel of both these projects should be relatively the same. Okay, so Morph Breed says that material design seemed really hard to use compared with Ant because you had to add so much more stuff. Yeah. So while we're on this topic, let me just bring, because this is not a very spammy website, they don't have GDPR notices or newsletter subscriptions or auto-playing videos. A design system with values of nature and determinacy. One of the things for better user experience of enterprise applications, one of the things that I was initially like, not repulsed, but like concerned about, and I could probably get over this, is like it seemed like they could use some copy editing. Like probably a non-native English speaker wrote this docs, and again, I'm not trying to be elitist or anything, but little details matter, and punctuation and stuff. But I think as I started looking around in the docs and more on mobile, some of the docs wouldn't render properly on a mobile screen. I had to swipe horizontally, and if you're a responsive framework, I mean, you should be at least testing on mobile. But again, those are superficial things. I'm not trying to say anything about Ant design in general, and I particularly like the idea of it's aligning with nature. What do you like about it? And Morphbreed says it's from a Chinese guy. So yeah, that's another thing with we're an international community, and everything doesn't have to be English. And certainly there's very talented people, and Vue has a huge Chinese community. So it's kind of funny when I get the weekly updates from the Vue forum. Half of them are in Chinese. I can't really understand what's going on, but some of them are mixed Chinese and English, and it's kind of just funny how those two languages look when they intermingle. Yeah, cool. Based on Ant design language, we have provided a suite of out-of-the-box with high quality for developing and serving enterprise background applications. And I like that they are multi-framework, because I really believe we need to get past these divisions in the frameworks and try to find a harmonious medium. So let's take a look at some of their components. Now, one thing I'm after with this Western Front project is a front-end framework, CSS framework that I can just drop into some HTML that's not going to take over my whole front end. Like, I just want to write some HTML and annotate it with, some classes or some JavaScript. And I was actually doing a little experiment with Vue.js, and it works. You just literally add a script tag, and you write your Vue code, and then you target a DOM element. And that's all you need. You can get up and running and have Vue take over everything inside this div, including making asynchronous calls to a backend, loading in, and rendering content. I don't know how it would work with loading other Vue components or things like that. I have to go further into it. But there's a couple of frameworks. I asked on Hacker News what JavaScript frameworks are out there that you can just drop into HTML that don't require a build tool and don't consume your whole front end. Because I like Django templating. I want to keep some of this around. I think in Wagtail core tags. I want to keep these. I don't want to lose that by adopting full-fledged framework like React, or even if Vue mandated that. I can find this discussion. There was a lot of good constructive feedback. If I take a look at the comments here, and how do I link to one of my comments? I think if I do this, so I'm wanting to enhance a server rendered template with a bit of JavaScript to fetch data from the server and update the DOM. So I'm thinking of that in the terms of like a paginated media library, so that these could be potentially controlled by Vue, and this data wouldn't refresh the page, but rather would load in here. But that was just one idea. In any case, I kind of described it. Vue is about 20K, which in hindsight, one of the best responses I got was just saying that 30K or 20K maybe isn't so bad. 500K or 2 megs is when you start getting a little bit more concerning. I'll post this in the chat though if you want to have a look. Some of the responses. Yeah, Angular. And I think Vue draws on a lot of the Angular concepts too. So I think similar APIs. I think probably React and Angular and Vue have a lot in common, at least. Angular and Vue are more frameworky. They have routing and things like that built in. Whereas React, you kind of assemble your own framework, which is fine. But I don't want to personally spend my time in that kind of level. I want to build the app. So I'm wondering if I could use these components. If I could just drop this in, because this is nice. Yeah, I like these principles. How do I use it? Where's the getting started? There we go. Can I just load in some CSS and design React? You have to do node. Okay. You have to have a package manager for your package manager. Somehow I got. So when I'm on the home page and I say getting started, it drops me into React. But they're supposed to have and design Vue. I just want to drop it into some HTML. Well, see, I don't want to go full-fledged into this kind of stuff. I've been burdened by JavaScript in general. I'm trying to use it minimally. I think these frameworks just add unnecessary complexity. And they present a barrier to entry, and to some extent they are implemented at the detriment of web standards, like web components. All right. So if I put a few select widgets here. Yeah, that might even be okay. But they don't change to reflect the selection, okay. Let's just try this. So form group, you need this with a label. Form. Oh, yeah, of course. Is it heading or header? Then you include, at least in Angular, it was possible that you include all your JS stuff into your HTML. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to mix them too badly together. Card title, okay. HTML and JavaScript, I'd like to keep a little bit apart. That's my personal preference. Card title. I think they're different animals. So you put the card body and then a heading. Facets. And that'll be card title. Okay, let's take a look. Facets, so that's H2, A1, yeah, there we go. Oh, not too bad. I think we could get by with this. So the next thing will be wiring it into the back end. Morph breed. What kind of a project are you doing at work? I can't remember if we did, I don't think we discussed that, but I can't quite remember. So, is it? Can you disclose that, or is it like a private, proprietary type thing? Which is okay. Just, if you can't discuss it, just let me know. All right. So there's a cool. What kind of project are you working on? Morph breed or? Because in your spare time you're studying a little bit of game dev, but it was cool. By the way, my son and I went on an outing this weekend to the forest nearby, and we had a forest guide with us. And one of the things that he mentioned to us on our way back actually was that, you know, a lot of times when in our day-to-day lives, we're in offices or in school settings or at home, and we're not getting much sort of stimulation, sort of, aside from caffeine or something like that. But we're not getting, our senses are really kind of atrophying or being dulled, and that leads us to kind of get lost in our heads a little bit more often than we probably should. And that going to the wilderness, going to the forest, and just experiencing that is a good way to get back into your senses. And it's kind of like a cleansing. I think that was pretty powerful, pretty cool. So Morph Breed is doing the Udemy courses, yeah. are you, I mean, what kind of project are you doing at work? What do you, or do you get to do Udemy courses at work? That'd be cool. Ah, digital signage. Yeah, I think we did talk about that a little bit. Yeah, nice. All right, cool with Django Commerce, with Meteor, sorry. So I'm gonna pop over this. This is really cool, and I'm gonna actually crib some code here. I've been watching this series on just Django, so this is the attribution. I'm gonna do a little bit of a plug for this Just Django course. It's kind of like the Game Dev TV and the GD Quest. This is not a commercial stream or anything like that. I'm not monetizing stuff. Really just recommending resources that I have found valuable along my learning journey, and that where I'm applying generally directly to the project I'm working on. This Just Django guy is probably up there along the lines of like simple is better than complex in terms of Django specific tutorials, in-depth guides. Morphbreed says they have a backend, it's written with Meteor.js. They have a digital signage backend where the customer can make a playlist with videos, images, documents, and own layouts and more. Well, that sounds pretty cool. So this Just Django has been doing several things that we'll probably be coming back to. A shopping cart. We're gonna have to have an e-commerce section of the site. Django and React stuff. I won't necessarily lean towards React for the reasons mentioned earlier. A video membership site, that we probably will lean on that. But specifically, let me find this. There's a form, a filter form, Django filter form. Repositories. There we go. I think one of the problems is they don't have the habit of licensing putting license files in their repo. So I've been pinging them to do that. Let's do that here. I'll create an issue. So, I mean, I'm going to have to, it's not plagiarizing because I'm giving credit here, but at least I'm using this as a reference. So what we are going to look at is how they implemented the form part of it. For this stuff, I can do it without any reference. So let me go ahead and start there, in fact. I will create the context for this library index page. 2 month. Morphbreed says you can pair the screen with the backend and view your playlist there. 2 months ago, Morphbreed made a Samsung, is that Tizen or Tizen? I don't remember how to pronounce that. For the app for the product, so you can install a product on a Samsung TV and pair it with a content management system. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm also interested in these alternative operating systems, Android alternatives, particularly for mobile devices. That Tizen sounded promising. I don't know if it's how it's doing. 5.0. Oh, release 5.5, public M1, milestone 1. Studio 3.2. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'm getting burnt out on Android. I mean, I use a few Android apps that are Google specific. Like, I need to be able to synchronize my calendar and things like that. But I'd like to de-Googlify and maybe even get rid of my smartphone. But I'm not sure if I can make that jump. Although I've only had a smartphone for 2 years. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the library page. Context. Let me see if I can just do this off the top of my head. There's no way I'm going to be able to. Where have I done this before? I don't even know the arguments itself. Quargs. There we go. So there we go. Now I get the context. What I'm going to do is append to this page context the facets. So we're going to get listings of all the different facets. So from the facets, I need to import the models. From import. I'll just do these in a tuple for readability. So we want audience, genre, medium, time period, and one more, which I'm going to try to think of, topic. So once we've got those, okay, yeah, sorry, just let the linter do its job. Context. Audiences. Dot objects. Dot all. And context. Genres. Objects. Because what I'm going to do is populate this context with a list of these, and I'll then enumerate them or as options, select options for each of these. Select menus. Medium, time period, topic. Mediums? Okay, how do you do this? Plural. Mediums. Is that even grammatical? Okay, do a little bit of linty-lint. Do a little linty-lint. Do a little linty-lint. Good, there we go. Mediums. I'll come back to that. I think it's correct. Now here's what we want to do. Audience. There's going to be a lot of room for improvement here because eventually I want to get a faceted search. It'll display the counts of documents in each of the facets. But right now let's just go ahead and Get him to work. So would this be like? This should be option actually. Option. Okay, that works. So I think we can just do audience, and hopefully the string method will take over. Yes, it just worked. Rinse and repeat. I want to keep these in alignment with the name of the model, so just so I don't have to do much conditional switching. I can maybe even pass it directly in. I'll have to think about it into the query. Oh, I don't want to prematurely optimize it, but let's just keep it at least the same. Audience, genre, medium, time period, and topic. Genre, medium, time period, and topic. I can put a little space in between you. Actually, a horizontal rule might be nice. Just to see how it looks. So there's no confusion to which the label belongs. Shnikes. Put that one in the wrong place. The rest of them are in the right place. And that one doesn't actually need horizontal rule. Audience. Yeah, that's not too bad. So it's going from this that has a lot of noise down to this which has just a little bit of noise, a little bit of chart junk. Audience, genre, medium, time period, topic. Cool. Now, audience, so genre. I think we should actually be using name, because the name, if I recall correctly, is going to be part of the GET request. Now, does this label 4 have to be associated with a name or an ID? Let's see if that... The input's ID, okay. Yeah. Thank you, MDN. And this is another thing, I just like using HTML, and I want to invest my time in learning to do proper HTML, proper JavaScript, proper CSS as their own sort of languages and thought processes, because they're different, they're distinct, and they're standardized to the extent possible. I think there's a lot of good going on in them. I don't want to transition into some other DSL. So I'm going to go back. So this needs to be ID and this needs to be ID, but also I want to do name in a minute. Genre, medium. This will have to be just underscore. Okay. Ooh, where'd it go? Alright, so all these are working now. Good stuff. And I don't have a way to submit it. Now, what I was thinking, Morph Breed, are you still off in your head, or do you have a minute to, I can bounce a question off you or anybody else in chat? I want to use just a sprinkle of JavaScript. I like JavaScript, nothing wrong with the language. I just don't want to throw myself into a framework unnecessarily. And I did find this Stack Overflow question here. Answer. Let me share, copy. That I can submit this form, which I'll give a name, anytime one of those values changes with just a sprinkle of JavaScript. One of the comments here says, a lot of users block JavaScript as a way to do without JavaScript. What's your perspective, or anybody else in the chat here, on the prevalence of people without JavaScript and how I could tailor to them? I mean, as it stands, the website on the main Western Friend form on the main Western Friend website won't work without JavaScript. So maybe I answered my own question there. Do I need to worry about people without JavaScript? Or can I use just a little bit of JavaScript? Morphbreed says, I've never seen people who disable JavaScript. Yeah, I think it's kind of rare too. I see people who disable, I mean, I know there's the NoScript plugin. I just need a second quote there. And I see people disable advertisements. There's ad blockers. But I think I should be okay, particularly if I'm even considering doing something with jQuery or Vue. And actually, now that I think about it, I mean, we're maybe even already using jQuery, or this is using React. I don't know. So maybe it's just, yeah, JavaScript is here. Okay, so that's cool. Now, this is what I was hoping, and it puts, it's a GET request. It's going to make a GET request when it changes. Now I got to give things names. So right after form control, give everybody a name. Okay, so I've got audience, genre, medium, period. And topic. Refresh. All right, and it's submitted so everybody's in there. Ah, and there's another thing, we don't have a default. So I need to add that. For no selection, so HTML, so that was the answer there. That's brilliant. One line, I love that kind of stuff. 249. How do you do an option that you can't select? Select not allowed, or default selection option is blank. Disabled. Yeah, thanks, Morphbreed. You're exactly right. That's where, and I did W3 schools, and look, they're not too spammy. They're doing all right. Option disabled. Great. So I will just basically put in the disabled option in the first position. Audience. Maybe just something more generic than that. Let's see how this looks. Actually, take off all that. Huh. Yes, that worked, but you have to also say selected. All right. That's cool. See, I like this declarative stuff that HTML allows. Disabled selected by default. Yeah, there we go. Boom. And then it only... Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, man. It's going to replace the other ones. It doesn't allow multiple. Because it's resetting on the page refresh. Crap. So I also need to populate it from the URL. This is where you start getting into the jQuery imperative territory. Or I could sprinkle in some view and do a binding. Yeah, this I want to stay declarative. And this harkens back to the question of Stack Overflow. I'm wanting to enhance server rendered page with a bit of JavaScript. I want to be as declarative as possible. Declarative DOM manipulation and data binding. Is there a default way to maintain the form state? Does Django maybe let us maintain form state across session, the submission? I think it does. So I might not need to introduce sort of a front-end framework for this. There's got to be just a clean, simple way of doing this. Let's take a look here. DJ filter. I think he did everything in core app. If I look in, now eventually he does do stuff in React. Yeah, that's views. I'm going to mute my microphone for a minute. So this is just a little bit of research I need to do to get this thing working. But I think I can do it just with Django. When I adjust my seat, so muting my microphone. Essentially, I want the form state to stay in sync. The UI to stay in sync with the submission. Leave all this open. Okay, Laronix, thanks for the follow. Laronix. Let me see here. So I just got to figure out if there's a general HTML way or from with a few lines of code as possible. Query string, this is it. Now I don't want too much imperative code. That's not too bad. So let's see if we just come down here. I think in our base template, I'm going to see if there's a good way to add the script in, but basically in our base template we have a tag. What's this doing? Why is it searching for fee? Oh, okay, let's close that. Our base template we have an area to add extra JS, that's what it's called. I don't know the keyboard shortcut to delete a whole line. I'm sure there is one. let's see what this does. Copy and paste code. So let's start with audience. And the parameter would be audience. The script tag, there's no, it's just a block that you can put your script in there. You have to actually put the script tag, so that makes sense. Alright, so audience grade 6 to 10. Now that's another problem, dang it. I need key and value pairs. Or ID, I think the ID is there. Let me see. Yeah, so that'll work. Numeric audience, whatever, that's cool. Alright, value equals. It's like it tries. This is strange. So it's either just flashing this in there. Let me just comment that out for a second. Let me see what's going on here. I think it's just flashing the first item, right? Then it's trying to set the value. To that, which may or may not be undefined. Value equals param1 variable. Alright, anybody here in chat familiar with grabbing parameters from the URL in JavaScript? Jeez. Okay, query variable. So maybe that's what it is. gotta be an API for this. A clean and simple one. Window location. Search. Yeah, no, I don't want this whole thing. I don't want to do substring parsing. URL search params. Alright. This looks good. Is it a library or is it an included inbuilt? Oh, dude. Let's see, like get. Brilliant. Okay, that's clean. I can handle that. All right. Let me try some like genre, see what it is. Null. So yeah, essentially I'll just so for just each of these, if I, you know, if this one then that, okay. There we go. So I can put this back in place. Just a little bit of JavaScript at a time. Selected. And see if it automatically, ooh, what happened? Oh no. Why won't it work with that? Okay, so next thing, is there a way to do just a default text here when nothing is selected? I think there's an attribute. Selected, disabled, hidden. You know, I don't see why this wouldn't work. Why this would break the. Oh. This is good. Why this would break this script here? Did I do something down here? Yeah, that's the problem. There we go, nothing wrong. All right, selected K to 5. This is good. This is good stuff. Working now. I got my syntax under control. I'll repeat this, and then I'll take a small break and try to tie this into the back end. consistency, I'm using underscore. I'm not going to use camel case, although it's more conventional in JavaScript. Yeah, this is a bit imperative. This is why a framework like Vue or something else more declaratively could do these data bindings would help. You know what we got? Well, 25 lines JavaScript. It's not too bad. So I'm content. Okay. Oh yes, and of course, and then dang it. Oh, this doesn't matter. I could just. I should have done it like this. I refresh the page. Time period, 1400s. Cool. Now, I need to also put those IDs in place. I don't know if it's more meaningful. There's going to be spaces and things. I think it'll be just... lesson plus plan. I mean, it's human friendly. I might be able to figure out a way to parse those out. I'll go with that. I'll go with the human friendly way. And see if it bothers me. If it does, then I know how to fix it. Or at least I have an idea of how to fix it. Okay. So I'm just gonna take that one out of there. It's going to be parsing those pluses out of there. Let's go ahead and commit all this. What are we at? Time check, 2.5 hours. Might be a good stopping point pretty soon. I'm going to have to look more into how to tie this into the backend now to firstly add more. I'll have to add more items and then filter them down. When this is submitted, it'll refresh the page pretty much and pull in a subset of data. And then it would be nice to not have to be able to clear one of these out. Maybe put a little X there that clears the value out, something like that. More JavaScript needed, where I'm starting to get on the brink of needing. I can just introduce Vue. That's basically where I'm at. I've done research around this several times, looking for a drop-in JavaScript declarative front-end framework, and there's like 3 options I'm comparing: Preact, Vue, and there's lit HTML, but I think lit HTML needed a build system. Stimulus.js, I think, was the other one. Can be used without a bundler. So copy location. Stimulus.js, Preact, and of course Vue. Now Preact is great. It's 3K. So I do want to keep my front end small. And yeah, JSX is pretty much HTML, but if possible, I would just like to write valid HTML. So that's the trade-off there. Small can be just dropped right in to any project without a bundler needed. Con needs JSX. Stimulus. This is written by same people who brought us Basecamp. They're pioneers in Ruby on Rails. Uses valid HTML. Class-based architecture, so it needs a polyfill to work in browsers. But it's got data binding, one-way data binding. Yes, this might be one. I think it's relatively small. Doesn't need a bundler to use. I'm not sure if it can manage state, if it can tie it in with the route, like the URL query parameters. So I want to try not to use a front-end framework if possible. If I can just use plain JS, I will gladly do that. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. All right, let me take a quick break real quick, and I'll be right back. Just get my head straight a little bit and figure out if I can continue. back over. Sorry about that. I'm on the wrong scene. Here we go. Okay, morph breed. Can you see that base HTML right here now? There's no timestamps in the chat. I'm not sure exactly how long ago you posted that message. Let me know if you want me to show it again. I'm gonna hop back over here. Where was the part where I added the values from the params? Ah, yeah. So on base HTML, there's this block. Django gives you the ability to define multiple blocks on a page. I think with Meteor, you would have to do that with the router, like Iron Router or Flow Router. I think the routers, I don't remember where the blocks are defined in Meteor. If you want multiple blocks in your template, and you can just define those in Blaze. If you're using Blaze, you might be using React. It sounds like, so it's neither here nor there. So when you define a block in Django tags, you can just fill it in. And so specifically on this library index page HTML, where I've been building these drop-down menus, at the bottom, I called the block extra.js. This is where I've been writing the values from the params. So I just use this browser API to get all the search params and look for each of them, and just, it's imperative. So if this could be more declarative, just data binding, that'd be cool. But right now, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's not too many lines of code. But what are your thoughts, morph breed? Let me take, while I'm waiting for you to respond, I'll take a look at the backend code. Morph breed thought about doing that with one for loop. Yeah. Actually, yeah. An array. Is there let me think, is there a JavaScript dict keys? Yeah, that's good. So morphbreed says I should do one for loop, define all the fields in an array, and loop audience, genre, and so on. So you don't have to define. So I don't have to do that for somebody document, get them by ID so many times. Yeah. So the good point. The part that repeats, do it once and abstract it, and then the part that changes, object keys is alright, but I like this too, for key and dict. What do you think if I use a dictionary instead of an array? Would that be about the same thing? So that's right. What I would basically do is just something like this. Facet. Is that a reserved word? No. I don't need to do this. How's that? What do you think, Morph Breed? Yeah, thanks for the advice. I appreciate that. Much cleaner, easier to maintain. All right, let's see if it works. So we should have medium and here. If I just do a different tab, that worked. So this is not working. No. There we go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, no, I don't know if I can use const yet, but who cares? It's all right to use var. Since we're in the browser, I'm not using them. Now, do I have unnecessary? I don't need this, do I? I don't know. Don't need semicolons at all, I think, but my linter might complain if I have a semicolon here. Let's go ahead and commit this stuff. Take a quick look. Oh yeah, because it's truthy. The fact that it exists is truthy. Yeah, I guess that's... makes sense. Yeah, I'm always curious whether not to be implicit or explicit there. I don't necessarily think I should cast it or to Boolean or something like that. So I think I've seen people do that. You know, explicit is better than implicit. I sort of follow the Zen of Python in that regard, but yeah, it's not a big deal. thanks for the feedback on these. And we'll commit these changes. Looking good. So all I did is facets. Let me see. Okay. So MorphBreed's giving me some more advice. They say I can shorten the code a little bit more if I remove these or these. Right, these. So let me see. And make it a one-liner like that. Speedbot, you're so contradictory. If facets, facet, should I not even do a question mark or anything? Are you sure I can just do it like that? This is too crazy. No question mark. Okay. It works. Alright, well that's not very Pythonic, but it's passing lint. Look at that. 79 characters. Alright, thanks Morpheus. I will commit that. Now, I think what we're going to have to do is add a couple more items. We're at almost 3 hours in this session, but I believe the Django stuff shouldn't take too much more, and that'll give us a good stopping point to have. We've done the front end part first. We started outside and we're working our way inside, outside in development. That's one of the things I liked about working with Meteor and Blaze. Doing kind of outside in development, mocking out the UI, then slowly making it work, making it functional, then tying it into the data and getting the data back. So let's go a little further down the rabbit hole. So in order to do that, we'll be working in the context still. Now in this context, we have essentially what are listed here as this is going to be trickier than I thought. This might actually not fit into a half hour or so. Let me see, because we're using page get children. Yeah, so what I need to do, let me just add a couple more media items so that we have something to filter by. So this statement on gun violence has these facets. Close down the stuff I'm not using. Give the updates where they are deserved. Preact. Stimulus. This is open already. Just Django. I might need this in a moment. And the Western friend of the website. We'll grab a couple more library items. Well, it doesn't matter that these are real. Skeptical Mystic. Let's see. I'm not actually going to include the media. Oh. I hit return. Okay, we got 2 authors. I think that's actually going to be good enough for now, as long as these have different, some different and some overlapping. I'll just put May 2018, I think it was. This is nice, this little date select widget, pretty cool. May 2018. So we got keywords: worship, group, mysticism, simplicity, integrity, the lie. I think there's enough overlap, poetry, and difference that this will be useful. But they're both the same audience. High school and older. Poetry. Medium. Print. Timeless. Simplicity, integrity, the light. And publish. Alright. So now we have 2 library items, and I don't know if we will be adding more metadata here in these card views. When I look at the library here, actually if I choose one of these facets, or how did we do this? Drupal's got some kind of not blog, but bug where some kind of caching thing is going on. I can't quite fix it. It's part of the reason we decided not to go with Drupal 8, because some of it's just so mysterious. It's black box, and okay, so I can't get this to work, but I think we do show more metadata, like the author at least here. I'll come back to that. I want to get this to work now. So what we're going to need to do is, by default, we have this page instance in the context, and for each of these page children, this is a hierarchical data model. We're just displaying it here in a card. Now, if I want this faceted searching to work, I can't just simply grab all the children. But this is a query set. This is, I believe, a regular Django query set. So I think we can take note and get this a reference to this query set here in the context. So this would be context, or let's just say library items. Select self, get children. I believe it's a method. And so I think actually if I did context, I say equals library items. This should still work if I change it in here. Or media items, library items. So yeah, that's gonna work. And then what I can do, I'm pretty sure this is a query set. Wagtail core page query set, which I believe inherits from Django query set. And the reason that matters is because Django query sets gives us these filtering capabilities. Based on field values, and these are foreign key fields, so this is not trivial. But I'm using one called a queue, and again, this is why. Oh, great! So space queue objects. This is why I'm turning to just Django, because they have a great walkthrough here. It's just not open source, so I kind of feel a little bit fuzzy about whether I should directly crib code from here, but I'm using it as a reference, so not a big deal. And they, in the past, another these Just Django repos, you know, they're licensed. If I look at the shopping cart or video membership, I think they haven't added the shopping cart one there yet. Video messaging membership has a license now. So I think they're in the, maybe they just don't think to put the license in there is important, but it is. Okay, so close a few of these out. So I think we have to go into core. I think they did the magic here in this query set. So essentially then they filter the query set. And we don't need this instance of contains, we want to use an exact. So I think this will maybe work, the ID though. I would think we can use the title. I have to experiment here. Author, dunder, title, exact, but it's not author, it's audience. And morph breed, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to write as efficient code in this block as we did with the JavaScript, but let's take a look, let's see what I can do. I'll write it the way to get it done at first, and then we'll see if we can optimize a little bit. So we've got these. Yeah, I mean, it's not that different from JavaScript, to be honest. And a lot of this stuff is just Django. But, I mean, you know, dictionaries are basically objects, so you have your dot notation to access members and either attributes or methods. This is a dictionary, so you use your square brackets if you want. You just don't have the curly braces mainly. But I'm just trying to think if I do something like this. So I'll say if this should be sorry. This should be pretty straightforward if I do that, and then I do select that. You can see that it just prints it out instead of console log. It's basically the same as JavaScript. So this is actually, sorry, printing out all of the audience objects. The request is what I'm looking for. So let's take a look at the request. I'm not running in debug mode. I might at this point start running in debug mode. Let me see if I've got a debug profile set up. I don't. I'm going to do it the naive way for a while and I'll come back and learn more advanced Django debugging. I've done that in other projects. I just don't want to fiddle with that too much. So let's go ahead and print the it actually might not be too difficult. Let me just see real quick if I can set up a debugging profile. Django. Actually, if that just worked, I will be pretty amazed. Yeah, that just worked. Oh, wow. All right, yeah. All right, so in our request, we have a GET request. There's audience. So yeah, if I just say, and it's a dictionary, which is the same as an object. So if I just say request GET audience. I don't actually need to be printing it now, but let's go ahead and do it. So you can see here's the whole GET request. It's the whole path. Now if I continue that and I refresh it, watch down here. Watch the birdie. Didn't. Let me see. So I'm printing that. Okay, what did I break? Yeah, I think so. Is request get audience the same as PHP $ get audience? I don't know what the $ in PHP represents, like everything, I guess. But yeah, this is literally just, if I go back, I broke it here, so that's what happened. I run my debugger again. I'll show you this again. Huh. So it's not saving a profile. But anyway, so if I refresh this, and I'll put a breakpoint here. I'll continue over that. Now if we look over here at in the debugger, the local variable, the request, is just a dictionary that contains, post, meta, files, and it has a GET, which is a dictionary. So yeah, you just don't need the $ stuff. So what did I do wrong here? It was just indentation. Because this should work right here. No problem. I'll continue that. Page load, and if I reload it, I don't need the breakpoint there. How do I disable? Alright, so if I reload the page here, we should see let's disable all breakpoints. I think sometimes I'm not sure when you have to reload, actually restart the debugger versus just being able to reload the page and see the change. Alright. Okay. WSGI request object is not subscriptable. That's usually when I try to access something with dot notation. this is a Python specific error. Let's see if I get that same error. Alright, so let me just look this up. Django. There might be like a method I have to use. Request dot. Okay, so it's the other way around. So I have to use dot notation. Then I have a dictionary. Interesting. Did it work? Did it work? Is this the line it's even throwing? Oh. I think I'll just stop the debugger, run the debugger again. That's another thing, is when sometimes I'm not sure if I'm battling a debugger error, like in this line of code, I'll just uncomment it and it'll work. Well, at least it didn't break. So if I reload the thing, and then I reload the page, then it works. So you see that the debugger is actually throwing a little bit of a brain F. No, it's just the debugger. Really, in this case, the restart. Let me explain this a little bit, because I do have my mind around this part. This is Django stuff. Each of these capitalized words is a model, and Django comes baked in with an ORM. So it actually, you don't have to add, like in Meteor we had to add simple schema and do a lot of those ORMy things for ourselves. But this is a full-fledged, like a data management layer. Defining the data structures, migrating the data structures, accessing them. So this is your query manager. When we come down here, this is the model, this is the query manager, and this is a method to get all the objects. So that's why it's pretty straightforward the way they described it. Like, it's self-explanatory. In a minute we're going to be filtering these. So all I did is get all of our facets so I could put them into the UI, into the context. Yeah, cool. Laravel and Morphbreed has worked with Laravel and Symfony. Yeah, and Drupal 8 now is based on Symfony, and I was like tempted to learn more about PHP and Symfony's architecture. I've heard really great things about Laravel too, and I think if I were a PHP developer, I would be definitely eager to work with one of those frameworks. I think the JavaScript community is really missing these mature frameworks: Ruby on Rails, Laravel, Symfony, Django. There's nothing like it in JavaScript. Really, there isn't. I've looked and looked and looked. There's things that have piecemeal, like Sales.js, or Meteor has some stuff. There's some front-end frameworks. What was another back-end framework? Feathers.js. Then you got like things that have been around for a while, like what's the name of that middleware layer? But nothing like on the level of maturity and debugability, and with development tooling and everything that you get out of these frameworks. Laravel is really easy to use. Yeah, I've heard that from multiple sources, so it seems like it. Alright, so, and I think, let's see, Laravel even uses Vue.js, I think, by default now. It ships with it, if I recall correctly. So we got our audience. Yes. Hey, what's up? I'm going to butcher your name, but it's like Zayzith. What's up, Zayzith? So now we know this works. So let's just try this. I'll just delete this. So if that exists. Oh, you know what? Nope, it did have it. I had missed my semicolon. So if this exists, we want to filter the query set. But I want to see how to do it, and I think they do it over here. Equals, whoops, oh. Is the profile picture mine because I sound like a black man? Yeah, it should be mine. I'm kind of talking a little bit quiet, that's why. And I don't have any audio filters on or anything. This is Linux, so I'm using KDE. Filter library items. Filter library items. Filter library items. Equals filtered library items dot filter. KDE. Excuse me. KDE Plasma 516. I don't know if I think I'm at 515. I'm a little bit behind. It hasn't hit my distro yet. I'm using Kubuntu. Dingo. I'm using Kubuntu 1904. And I think they'll be shipping the latest frameworks, KDE frameworks, in the next couple months. But I mean, really great user experience. I use this both at home and my work and have almost no problems with it. I mean, I don't think it's ever really cost me a day of productivity in recent memory, like several years. I did have some weird problem when I reflashed it with the 3D driver briefly. Can't remember exactly what it was when it wouldn't pick up my screen resolutions or something. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, I'm using Kubuntu in both places with good stuff. There's also KDE specific distro. I just recommend this one. Kubuntu. I think I know. See you in a minute, Morph Breed. Zazeth, I think I know why you're asking the i3WM, like a tiling window manager. I'm actually using Open Broadcaster Studio. Let me just... what this does is gives you kind of like a tiling interface, or you just arrange windows however you want them, so it kind of has the tiling window appearance. That might be. Somebody else asked me a similar question. Really great, though, if you're interested in doing your own streaming. I highly recommend it. Very simple to use, flexible, multi-platform. And yeah, just streams straight to Twitch and a few other providers. Okay, so now let's get our brain back in focus mode. Okay, Zezeth says they know about the OBS since 2014. Good. Yeah, the windowing manager is KDE. I've just been asked previously about my windowing manager, and I thought it was because you were thinking it was a tiling window manager, which I guess it is. Or it's not tiling, you can just move these windows in any way you want, but it's OBS that gives it the tiling effect. Okay, cool. So now I just gotta think, so if we've got an audience, then I need to filter those by audience title equals And I think we're going to be able to make this code more efficient, but let's see if that works. And black helped me format it. Zay says, what kind of projects are you working on? Do you have anything, kind of projects or tools do you work with? So let's see, so we got audience, and I believe these both had different audiences. Let me see, audience, high school note, they have the same audience, so I started with that one, but I will edit this one so it's different. Zayzith didn't respond, okay. Edit this page, yes. Oof. I have to take this out for a second. Are we working still? What's going on? Oh no, it's gonna give me a little bit of a headache for a second. So we're still in debug mode. I'm gonna hop out of debug mode. Just while we get settled in here. All right. Skeptical mistake. See, when I gun violence, high school noter, skeptical mystic, high school noter. Oh, I see they're listed there just side by side. So that's something else I need to fix. But let's go ahead and just choose different ones here. Intergenerational. Publish. All right. Now I think the error it was throwing, saying that the field didn't exist, if I recall. So I got to take a look at this code a little bit more carefully. Whoops. Uncomment that. Just make sure this is working. Okay. So that works. I think this is telling me the audience doesn't exist there. So I might need a try catch. Let's see. Yeah, get, that makes sense. So it's a safe operation. Or no, what is it? I think null. What is it in Python? Oh, dang it. Actually, I should know this. None. Yeah, there we go. Good. So that's the safe way of doing it. if audience, print audience. We did it. So not audience isn't there, but if we select it, there it goes. Okay, now wait, this is what we're going to figure out. So the library items. Close a couple of these tabs. Just going to check if the page query set has specific methods. I believe it inherits from Django, so it should have a similar API. So it looks like this filter should work. I just need to figure out the foreign key. So let me double check this model. These are all foreign keys, so that should work. Filter, book, title. No, okay, so we don't want start to, I just want equals. So this is exactly what I'm trying to do here. That was the difference. So this is correct. I just have to prefix everything with item. This is a long story. I don't want to quite explain it, but just had some snafu and ended up just not fighting it and prefixing everything with item. So item audience. Then reaching over with double unders into the title field equals audience. Okay. And I gotta fix my indentation. See if things are breaking again. They are. Field error library. Item audience into a field. Choices are articles. Authored. I might have to do this. These are all coming straight from the page model. Now this is a gotcha in Wagtail, the page model. I'm trying to access a specific field. Let's see if this is going to throw, or if this is necessary. This I got to jump back to the Wagtail docs. This should just work though. Welcome back, Zayzith. Running Manjaro Linux. Rebooted to the Manjaro. Trying to get comfortable using the i3 window manager. Yeah, I think my friend Conrad at work still uses i3. No, sorry, he just switched over to GNOME default. Welcome back, Morph Breed. So I'm having a little troubles with this query set, and I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong or where to fix it. Because those two are related, but anyway. What? I mean, I think it's a thing I need to fix in Wagtail, but it's just kind of baffling me. So I have this library item, and it has an item audience field. Now it inherits from Wagtail page model, and the Wagtail page model has a title, and everything specific, everything else is usually accessible under this attribute specific. And I don't want to filter on the default page title. I actually need to get the page title from a related document from a foreign key. Let's see if somebody else asks this. Foreign key. I need the filter. Okay. I think I see what I'm doing wrong here. Well, no, actually. Maybe I'm not accessing the query manager. So, this is strange, but this is a... I don't even have words for this right now. Objects filter specific. So it's going to be the field is item audience. The related field in the foreign key object is title. Let's see if this works. Then I'll come back. Okay, page query set has no object has no attribute objects. Okay, but that's where I'm at. So this is a page query set. So we should already be. I need to chain these. Zayzith, what's your thoughts on the i3 window manager? Is it, what do you use it, or what's your experience so far? I think I'm close here. I don't want to jump back up to the top. Maybe I will just do that library item. But I have to chain these dang things, so. Yeah, let's just try it out. See if that even at least gets rid of our error. So that worked. Now I have nothing. Alright. So what if I just say intergenerational? Well, that actually worked. Okay. But with a space, it doesn't. But that works. This is interesting. Let me take a closer look at the value of your print audience. Oh, high school and older, that's why. Okay, it's working, good. Okay, just let me stretch real quick. I think we're getting really close to getting this to work. I just got to get my mind around it and figure out how to chain these. Which is what we essentially do here. They have these statements where they take the previous query set and continue filtering it based on the presence of, you know, these get parameters, which we've already got. We've got this part working more or less over here. I just gotta figure out, get a query set and filter it and just mutate it each time and eventually, you know, pass it back into the context like so. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna take a quick break. 3.5 hours in. Thank you all for who have joined in the recent hours. Morph Breed, Zazith, and to the other viewers, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for bearing with me on that short break. I think we've got the idea. So up here, instead of getting children, I'm not sure what the difference between what this returns. And what this is. But, oops, I need one less. All right, one. No, that's actually correct. Here we go. Let's take a look at what these are. Reload the page. So one is a Wagtail core query page. They're both the same. These are both the same type. This filtered library items is a page query set. I guess and this library item page all has a filtered query set. Zazza says Tiling manager is the only usable manager for 4K display. But you can also ignore it and just treat your monitor as 4 monitors fudged together. That's an interesting idea. On these 4K displays, I can barely read the text by default without some sort of font scaling. Alright, cool. So let's go ahead and I believe I can make it work with this. This should have a filter method, and that should work. I shouldn't need this now. Or what was the difference that I was accessing the manager? Let me double check here. Because I'm not accessing all. I'm accessing objects. That's the difference. Oh, okay. Right. So it's a base page manager form query set thing. There's the difference. What if I do so that's cool. No problem. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's see what type that is. No, I just looked at that, didn't I? Ah, dang it. Okay, so this is gonna work. And I think we're going to use a similar loop here, more breed of looping over these keys, checking if they're undefined. And then filtering this. So this thing, we're going to have to consolidate this similarly to how we did this. So I'll probably actually just do the exact same way. Let's create a dictionary. Facets. Let me think here for a second. essentially, there's a cleaner way of doing it than this. There we go. Items is where we're at there, Python 3. Cool. So if value, then this is tricky. If value, this I don't think I'll be able to do. I think those are all prefixed with item. Time period, yeah. Okay, I would like to not have to prefix those with item, but that is the way it is for now. Now here's the challenge. How do I construct this? So how do you construct an attribute? Would fstring work here? I mean, okay, where does this come from? Items is not defined. Zazeth, have you worked with Python at all? Am I on just a wild goose chase here? Well, basically, is this gonna work? So this is really complicated. This is like probably overkilling, but okay, cool. That would oops, I don't have to do semicolon here. So I have this object here, and this is gonna probably need some thinking in Django, but not too much. I have an object, and each of the keys corresponds to essentially a field in the database. And these are foreign key fields, but they're literally stored like this in the columns. Keys need to be in quotes. Alright, so what I'm doing is passing it into a function though. So let me see here. Do this, or oh damn, yeah, oh gosh, thanks, excuse me, but yeah, that's totally the problem, or at least part of it. All right, cool, thank you. Yep, part of the brain gymnastics of switching back and forth between Python and JavaScript. Okay, so there we go. All right, this is working. Now here's the 159. Yeah, thank you, Zazeth. Here's where I'm trying to get probably overly tricky. But for each of these, I want this code to be somewhat efficient, not code golf, but just readable but efficient. So for each of these key values, I'm printing it out here, and I want to see if this works. I want to tell Django to take these library item objects, which is all the database objects, and filter them by a string that looks like this. That doesn't work. Name audience is not defined. Audience is not defined. Value. Alright, so there we go. Filter key into field. That's the problem I'm getting. You must do it in the query. Well, you should not do the filtering in the loop. You must do it. The problem is the outcome I'm looking for, though. I need to do this initial library items query. And if all of these are none, then it's just going to return this library items. But if any of them exist, it's going to actually take this initial query set and filter it down based on the field that's present. So it's going to create a smaller subset, and it's only going to do at the most 6 queries if you've passed in these, you're filtering on up to 6 fields for this faceted. If you've got values in here, we want to filter them down. F is an F string. Right here. What's going on there? How do you do? There it goes. So this F string, have you seen Python F strings. Yeah, they're filter strings. Not filter strings, format strings, sorry. It's new in Python 3.6, I think. And basically it lets you interpolate values, variables into a string. So it's a regular string, and anything inside of these curly braces, it's an expression that will be interpolated into the string. It's like the old string format. String.format, or using these different ways of formatting strings. So it's Python 3.6 shortcut. Yeah, the F string is really cool. I like that's one of the. Yeah, it's cool. It's basically it's small but huge, and I think if people are still sticking around on Python 2.7, like if any one feature is so like small but significant, it's F strings. Because I think we need to get the community up, to Python 3. But regardless of that, this is really, really super nice. Now, what I think I'm doing wrong here. So this is a. Yeah, thanks. This is a general thing. I'm just naively trying to. I have a function call, a Python function I'm trying to call, and passing in a string. So I'm trying to do something like this. Right? Because this is basically a string, but this is not working. So how can I construct this? The key. It's not a key, it's a argument, basically. Because I need to do this a little bit more abstractly. I don't have to write really concise code here, but I thought I would give it a try. And I'll show you now when I uncomment this. So the F string part works. It'll print this. And that works. So if I Control C, and then there's the error though, keyword cannot be expression, which a string is basically an expression. Yeah, you're right. I didn't just in that moment use the filter key, but if I do a type, right? So here's I refresh the page real quick. So F string, item, audience, my underscores are hidden here, but they're there. Title, and this is exactly an item genre title. You can see the audience and genre have been selected here. So this, up to this point, is working how I'm expecting it to work, but maybe my expectations are off. The main point here is that these are strings, right? Because this is just an F string is new syntax for formatting strings. Now when I try to use this, any string value, here's a string. I uncomment this and check the error out. Keyword can't be an expression because a string, just a standalone string is string. Control-Shift-C is an expression. But I need it to, I'm trying to dynamically generate that. Well, what do you mean it doesn't make any sense? No, it would look like, in a literal sense, it would look like this. If I were to not be it would look like this. Item genre title. You see that? Because this is the field, and this is Django specific now, not Python generally. This is a field in the model, and it's a foreign key relationship. I'm traversing over into the title field of the related entity, and I'm checking that it matches a value. I'm trying to abstract this. Yeah. I should supply it in a different way, and yeah, that's what I'm asking. What's the different way, I wonder? Match. This might work. But this is Elasticsearch. Maybe I should supply the dict. Ah. This is for Elasticsearch, but do you think this approach would work? So somehow this will get unpacked, you think? I don't know if this is specific DSL for Elasticsearch. Like this query method might look for a check if it's a dictionary and yeah. Check the Django documentation. Yep. Alright, let's see. I'm trying to think here. Alright, thanks. I'll try to think of some keywords to search here. Django filter. I think if I put my error in there though, keyword can be expression. This is the one they're getting an error on. Yeah, they're trying to do it here, sort of. Entry objects, all filter, pub date, year, 2006. Yep, and so that's what I'm doing here. Right here, I'm literally telling it which field, and then, yeah. But in order to do it this way, then I have to have I have to check 5 times. You know, I can't just loop and I mean, this works. Right here works. But it's not running. And let me do actually, instead of genre, I'll do audience. The problem is now I mean, why this is not working, because I'm iterating over all of these, so it's getting values like commentary that don't exist. But if I just do like this and reload it, you know, then it works. What was it? High school and older. You know, because I've commented out these, and again, I'm hard coding the audience, so I'm only getting the value of the audience here. And in my loop, looping over these key value combinations, if the value has been assigned, ignoring all of this, I'm just filtering the items by this, and this is what I was trying to construct programmatically, because it's a combination of the dictionary key here and then the title. Alright, cool, and I think this is just a general Python thing. I believe there should be, it's not so Django specific, it's because I'm literally just maybe misusing Python, and I don't mind writing a little bit more verbose code. But it would be nice if I could have it this succinct and still readable. Well, the fact that I can't use an expression is kind of Python specific. Keyword can't be an expression. Alright, well, maybe it is. Okay. Keyword. Like, for example, if I look at Python print, what are the parameters? Well, what's a quick Python function that has a dang keyword I can pass in? My mind is drawing a blank right now. I bet there's a way to isolate this just to a Python. I think it is, because okay, I mean, I don't want to argue too much about it, but I believe that Python just doesn't allow you to, if you have a keyword argument, what is a Python function? Just a generic Python function that has keyword arguments. Can we find one of those? Because something that would ideally already be in the main environment. I guess I would just do. Well, here. Just a Python. Yeah. That might be yeah, you're right, there might be a Django specific solution, or just a way to pass in a keyword argument to a Python function that is programmatically generated. And it can't just be a string, it's actually got to either eval this. This is, and if this is what I have to resort to, I will not do this. No, because that's an expression. You can't do an expression. It's got to be, I just don't think this is going to work. Poop. But he's thinking addict if I just use this like this. And do that. Like that, I think is what you said, right? Okay. Okay. Cannot parse keyword query as dict. See, this might be Django specific here. Keyword query. Well, this is kind of what I'm trying to do, is get these Oh, this is it. All right, let me see if this works though. Seriously, it's like, what is that? The spread operator? Oh, dude, that worked. That worked. I don't want to supply them. Yeah, that worked. Because, hold on, I'm gonna get this a little bit cleaner, but it's unpacking that dictionary. Like, I don't know, this is spread, I think. Python spread. Is that the spread operator? Dictionary unpacking. So yeah, it's unpacking these. This can now be this F string, in fact, because it's gonna, firstly you can. So what dictionary key, as you pointed out to me earlier, in Python is quoted, so that's a string, right? So then my little F string method will work. Oh, you keep refreshing the stream page. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think why this works is because we use this unpack. It'll unpack the key value pairs and it passes them into the method. And in this Stack Overflow question answer, they're creating this sort params dict, or filter params in our case. We'll say filter params. And for each of those, we'll set it up. I think this is going to work. And then I don't need to really, probably don't need to loop over them. You have to have the values. You have to have the keys and the values, though. The key tells it which field. This is Django specific. The key tells it which field, including traversing the relationship. And the value tells it the value you're trying to filter. You have to have both of them. I think so, but I think so I have essentially these where I did get or none. And I might not need to do this none part, so let me uncomment this, Control K, U. And it looks like it nones by default, but I don't mind having a bunch of nones around. Then they have the filter. So this is a little bit redundant. It's going to be fewer lines of code though. Yeah, leave the none as explicit. Explicit is better than implicit. Then there's this set if none. Oh, they defined it. Oh, man. Well. I don't think I can just use this straight up because these are going to be nones now. Yeah, I mean, okay. Just define. A small helper function. Yeah, okay, well, this works. This works for sure. And let me just close a couple of tabs before I get too overwhelmed. This was elastic. Unpacks the contents of a dictionary into a function call. But yeah, it's back to the thing. I don't want this key to exist at all, and I don't want it to be none, because I think that'll filter out values. Okay. 5 and field error. Cannot resolve item topic into field. This one I'll have to. Let's see. I'll have to leave the topic alone for right now. I realized there's something a little bit different about how that one's implemented. So, and I'll come back to that later. I don't want to confuse the matter too much right now. Essentially, the topic is a many to many. Alright, so it's not working. When I don't have any arguments, it is working. Because it because why does it work? Because it's not doing anything with query facets. Something in here I gotta. Alright, so let's see. Now I'm just doing too much. I'm changing too much, but alright. Yeah, that didn't work. If I don't pass any filter, that works. Okay, so the query facets, I can't just simply pass this in. I do have to conditionally set these. So I would need this 3 lines. They're even doing a cleaner job. In which case I would just rename my query parameters. If I can make my get dictionary just match the filter, the facets, I think the code will be streamlined. That means the name of these would need to be updated. So now my query string looks good. And the only thing this was for was to update those when they're in the URL parameter. So I don't think I need to do anything here. This is not actually part of the post data. But taking advice from this person, I wouldn't need this. I would just need I wonder why they're converting it into a dict. It should already be. Alright, so no query strings. And that's not working. Oh, because I don't have that audience. High school and older is not working though. Man. Alright. Zazith, am I way off course, or is this gonna, am I gonna be able to figure out a way to do it with such a few lines of code? Like, I would love to get rid of all this. It didn't work in the loop because let me think here. This is defined outside of the loop. Okay, so that's a query dict. Oh, okay, this is actually going to work. For some reason, the value of that is an array. Why is that the case? Now check this out. If I do high school and older, biography, so those are persistent now. So now I've got this dictionary, but each of these is an array now. There's a list. Why would that be? Why would these be coming in as a list when I parse that to a dictionary? Well, one thing I can do, this is getting kludgy. Damn it. What do we have? 4.5 hours. Oh, I want this to work, and I want this to be clean. I don't think it works in this loop. I really think the solution is going to be something like this. Right? I get the get, then I unpack it. Because it's all right here. And they're not lists, they're just strings. Jeez. Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of unfortunate. Though why is it a list in the query dict? Somebody else got to... Colonel Crutch says it's a list in the query dict, so it'll be a list in the dict. You could use a comprehension to stringify the values. Colonel Crutch then says he needs to turn the lists into strings. Yes. Strings to list is simply strings, but it's the other way around. Yeah, the lists to strings, and this is from 2012. This API might have changed. In Django 8, all I needed was, but I don't want the lists. I don't want them. Why it makes them lists? It's beyond me. And if I just do .dict, what is this? 2.2, this is the latest. Instead of this, is a 1. Alright, let's see if that worked. Yeah, that worked. So I needed this. Oh, goodness gracious. Yep. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, thanks. As if that's the one you were zeroing on too. Oh man, I can't believe that's really... It's good stuff, but it's a little bit baffling. Why, Colonel Crunch, call Crunch, why do you think that, what's the rationale for converting these, like basically strings to lists in the first place? Do you think there's a reason for that, or? So filter. Excuse me. You could have something like a equals 1. So Kernel Crunch says, take the example given in the docs. You could have something like a equals 1, a equals 2, and c equals 3. So it would have to be a dictionary of a equals 1. Oh, yes, yes. So you could just a equals 1 and a equals 2. You can specify the same query parameter multiple times. Yeah, thanks, Zayza. Actually, yeah, thanks for your help, and I'm getting ready to wrap up. It's 4.5 hours in, and I think this was a very big step for the project. But yeah, again, I appreciate your help, and it's nice to see you around the chat. And I'll just have to be careful not to pass in any other random stuff. Because then it'll break. Yeah, this solution is a little bit brittle, but I could do a try catch around here. Oh, I don't need to try catch. What would I do to prevent that from happening? Because it can't resolve it into a field. Django can't resolve this into a field. There's no field of that name. So just have a list of acceptable keys and check the facets for keys not in the list. If the key isn't in the list, remove it before passing the dictionary to the filter. Alright, how do I filter then in a, just a couple lines of code, how do I hopefully filter like this white list of fields? Do I have to iterate over that, or? Let's see, get these in there first. So allowed facets. So dictate comprehension or something? Yeah, dictionary comprehension. Alright, so then what would be this called? Something like that. And key, is that a reserved word? Well, it's kind of redundant comment, but there you go. Something like that. Key error library. $170. Right. Four hours, 2:30 in the morning. I think it had something to do with this though. Item genre title. Okay, well, let me do it the way you're thinking, because I think part of it is I don't want it to grab these nones, or it's like I gotta iterate over the get dictionary, right? In query, so something in query. for key in query. If it's in there. Okay, cool, thanks. Kernel Crunch is going to write something, but I think it's basically this needs to check if it is allowed. In allowed. For an addict, if not enlist dict delete. Okay, so you're going that way. Oh, that makes sense. Coffee script thinks that's coffee script. Ah, yeah. For a and dict, if not enlist dict delete. What do you think about this dict comprehension? Dictionary comprehension, is that too crazy? Other than that, it doesn't work. Other than that, it doesn't work. I see. Let me just see if I broke something else. That could be the case. I often break other things. Okay, so here I've broken something else in my template. So that was enough. Duh. I just need to do this. Alright, now this will always just return every... Ooh, cool. Poem, we have a poem here. Yes, it's working. It's working. Alright, I'll just share this up here. So here's the kernel crunch. This is pretty clean, provided not too bad of a way of doing it. Oh, I'm sorry, is that not streaming? Darn it. How do I bring a tab? Oh, good gracious. Good grief. Oh, I'm in Chromium. I'm trying to bring it from Firefox to Chromium. This is really clean too, though. I like that dictionary delete method. Pretty readable. I think we've actually accomplished it. So what they did in numerous lines of code, and I'm not trying to play code golf. I really think it's important that this is readable and maintainable. So I'm adding comments. I believe a list comprehension is the right way to go here. Let me just now see if this works, or it is a good way to go. Not like there's any right or wrong. So if I do this, high school and older, I think it was a narrative. What was it? commentary. Yeah, it's working. It's combining them. Now I gotta figure where I'm printing in the... No, this is just standard logging stuff. Okay, 4 hours, 43 minutes. Let's commit these and merge, and I'll do a little signing off thingamabobber. There's going to be some glaring improvements. I wanted to get facets counting the documents in each of these categories as you filter down, stuff like that I think is possible. But this is a really good start. Make sure I give everybody their updates. I don't know if there's updates there. I already gave them that. And this update. Just the question. I think I got the answer from the question in this case. More or less. Those are some hefty answers. Alright, cool. Kernel Crunch, I'd give you an upvote if you if you had social media or something that could do that. The comprehension looks fine. I've got second opinion on it. The doctor has confirmed we're doing okay. The kernel approves. Black has formatted my code, so it doesn't like the space around those. Okay, good to go. Let's commit these. What did we add? Use I'm basically using the model fields directly, although this is traversing, but I don't know, it's just a find for commit message. And that's a milestone. Initial work in faceted search. Alright, we'll go ahead and push these to GitHub. Looks like we're good to go. We can check on GitHub. Open a pull request. Create it, see if there's an issue related here. Number 50. Great, yeah, Kernel Crunch, I really appreciate your help here today. That's it's been really a breakthrough. I think some of these things I couldn't have really achieved. I don't have a lot of strength in Python. Decent, I worked with it in JavaScript, but yeah, it helps to have somebody like you that's got a second opinion, good perspective, and some depth of experience. All right, well, this has been another sort of... Well, you thank Kernel Crunch. They said Kernel Crunch said it didn't do much, but yeah, just a little bit can really help. You can be really. You've probably experienced this. You'll be butting your head against the wall and just not really sure what to do. You can't see, and you're maybe just like, so close, an inch. I don't know what. You're just an inch from the solution, but you just can't get through that barrier. So yeah, having somebody that comes in just gives you a small nudge or a correction can be all the difference. But yes, so this has been another ongoing live coding series, creating a website from scratch with Python, Django, and the Wagtail CMS. Thanks for everyone who joined in the chat. Zazith and Colonel Crunch for hanging out, getting a little bit off topic with me. It's always nice to talk about things not directly related to the project, other programming ideas or technologies and tools, even politics, things like that. I try to stick mainly to the pragmatism and philosophy revolving around programming, but yeah, certainly we can discuss other things. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and feel free to ask any questions or make any comments down below the video. I'll try to respond to those as quickly as possible. All right, well, thank you all again for watching and hanging out, and have a great day.